Sebagai universitas tertua di Gorontalo, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo atau UNG telah mendedikasikan diri selama 58 tahun sejak berdiri tahun 1960. Dengan letak geografis yang strategis, berada di kawasan Teluk Tomini, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo menjadi pusat pendidikan di Indonesia bagian utara. Menghadapi era revolusi industri keempat, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo berkomitmen mengembangkan pendidikan dan pembelajaran digital based learning. UNG yang berlokasi di Kota Gorontalo dan Kabupaten Bone Bolango, Provinsi Gorontalo, menyelenggarakan pendidikan akademis dan profesional di bidang sains, teknologi, pendidikan, perikanan, ilmu sosial, pertanian, manajemen dan bisnis, olahraga, seni, budaya, dan ilmu kesehatan. Universitas Negeri Gorontalo menyediakan kursus lintas spektrum bidang akademik, 53 program studi sarjana, 11 fakultas, 16 program master, dan 4 program doktor. Berikut adalah program studi di setiap fakultas dan pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ekonomi terdiri dari Pendidikan Ekonomi, Akuntansi, Manajemen, dan Administrasi Publik. Fakultas Hukum terdiri dari Ilmu Hukum. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan terdiri dari Bimbingan dan Konseling, Manajemen Pendidikan, Pendidikan Luar Sekolah, Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar, dan Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial terdiri dari Pendidikan Sejarah, Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, Sosiologi, dan Ilmu Komunikasi. Fakultas Kedokteran terdiri dari Prodi Kedokteran. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam yang terdiri dari Pendidikan Matematika, Statistika, Pendidikan Biologi, Pendidikan Fisika, Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fisika, Pendidikan Kimia, Pendidikan Geografi, dan Teknik Geologi. Fakultas Olahraga dan Kesehatan terdiri dari Farmasi, Kesehatan Masyarakat, Ilmu Keperawatan, Pendidikan Kepelatihan dan Olahraga, dan Pendidikan Jasmani, Kesehatan, dan Rekreasi. Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan terdiri dari Budidaya Perairan, Manajemen Sumber Daya Perairan, dan Teknologi Hasil Perikanan. Fakultas Pertanian terdiri dari Agribisnis, Peternakan, Agroteknologi, dan Ilmu Teknologi Pangan. Fakultas Sastra dan Budaya terdiri dari Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, Pendidikan Seni, Drama, Tari, dan Musik, serta Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris dan Pendidikan Pariwisata. Fakultas Teknik terdiri dari Teknik Sipil, Pendidikan Vokasional Konstruksi Bangunan, Teknik Elektro, Pendidikan Teknologi Informasi, Sistem Informasi, Teknik Arsitektur, Pendidikan Seni Rupa, Teknik Industri, dan Pendidikan Teknik Mesin. Berikut untuk program master terdiri dari S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Indonesia, S2 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, S2 Administrasi Pendidikan, S2 Pendidikan Ekonomi, S2 Teknologi Pendidikan, S2 Pendidikan Non-Formal, S2 Pendidikan Dasar, S2 Pendidikan S2 Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, S2 Pendidikan Biologi, S2 Pendidikan Fisika, S2 Kependudukan dan Lingkungan Hidup, S2 Ilmu Hukum, S2 Ilmu Kelautan dan Perikanan, S2 Administrasi Publik, dan S2 Agribisnis. Berikut untuk program doktor terdiri dari S3 Linguistik Terapan, S3 Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, S3 Administrasi Publik, dan S3 Ilmu Pendidikan. Mahasiswa-mahasiswa UNG telah berhasil memenangi berbagai kompetisi di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Telah menjadi wakil Indonesia di ajang olahraga internasional seperti SEA Games dan Asian Games, debat bahasa Inggris, pergelaran seni budaya, dan karya tulis ilmiah. Sebagai gerbang di utara Indonesia, UNG terus meningkatkan kompetensi mahasiswa di berbagai program studi guna menghasilkan lulusan yang kreatif, inovatif, berjiwa entrepreneur, dan mampu bersaing di kancah nasional dan internasional. UNG membangun kerjasama dengan pemerintah, perusahaan-perusahaan swasta, dan universitas-universitas terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia. Rektor Edward Tuolok bersama 860 dosen dan 39 profesor terus memperbaiki dan meningkatkan indikator-indikator kinerja, keunggulan dalam mengajar, keunggulan dalam riset, dan keunggulan dalam inovasi. Selama 1 dekade terakhir, UNG terus meningkatkan kompetensi dosen, riset-riset yang menghasilkan temuan-temuan yang bermanfaat bagi peningkatan kesejahteraan masyarakat, pembangunan daerah, inovatif, dan berkelanjutan.
Welcome to Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, a center university in Gorontalo with excellent and competitive human resources.
We enhance the access for everyone to enjoy research provided so that the knowledge inside the university can be applicable outside. We'll see you at Universitas Negeri Gorontalo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the international conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to welcome you. And on the second day, the conference will be handled by Fakultas Sastra dan Budaya Universitas Negeri Gorontalo as the co-host with the Universitas Islam Asadia Jakarta. We are glad to have you here, Bapak Ibu sekalian, presenters, and also the participants. How are you going today? Feeling good, everybody? Alhamdulillah, yeah. So, my name is Zulkifli Taniku. We still have around 10 minutes to prepare for the second day. Will be handled by Dr. Indri Rahmibai as the moderator. So once again, happy to have you here, and we're going to wait for the preparation for the third plenary session. Thank you very much. Saya juga dengar di sini ada. Jadi itu All right, ladies and gentlemen, presenters, participants, organizing committees, and the keynote speakers of the international conference today, the International Conference on Education, Literacy, and Learning. Once again, welcome to the second day of the conference. And for the second day, the conference will be handled through online facilities by the Faculty of Letters and Culture, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. My name is Zulkifli Taniku. I will be the person in charge for the second day of the conference. And the conference agenda for today will be the keynote number 3 with the title Imaging Curriculum and Assessment for Meaningful Learning, delivered by Honorable Speaker Dr. Lee Ling. And also will be started in 5 minutes. And the moderator for the third plenary session is Dr. Ingrid Randibai from Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. For 9:45, we are going to have partner spotlight from Rumaya. And at 10 to 10:45, Western Generation Time, there will be keynote speaker from Dr. Nurasikin Binti Yusuf with the title Reimaging Teacher Education for Meaningful and Technology of Learning. And we're going to have a partner spotlight from co-writer, will be handled by Muhammad Asfi. And 12:30 Western Indonesian time, or 1:30 p.m. Central Indonesian time. So we still have 5 minutes, and we are going to start in 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Boleh.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, Dr. Lee. Nice to meet you. Yeah, good morning, Dr. Lee. Am I audible?
Hello, good morning.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah,
Hello,
yeah,
you can hear me clearly?
yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
that's great. Yeah.
All right. So may I start?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, colleagues, researchers, and participants. So welcome to the second day of the International Conference on Education, Literacy and Learning. It is a pleasure to have you with us as we continue exploring this year's timely theme, Reimagining Education, Contextual, Meaningful, and Literacy-Rich Learning in Global World. So my name is Indri Rahmibai, and I'm honored to moderate this keynote session. Education today calls us to look beyond what students learn and consider how they learn, why they learn, and how learning can become more meaningful in their lives and communities. Curriculum and assessment have a central role in shaping these experiences. Our keynote session will invite us to reflect on how both can be reimagined to support deeper, more relevant, and more equitable learning. It is now my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Lee Gi Lee. You might correct me in your name? Dr. Lee Gi Lee.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Greeting from Malaysia.
Okay. Dr. Lee Yi Ling is the Deputy Director of the Education for All Impact Lab and Senior Lecturer at the School of Education, Taylor's University, Malaysia. Guided by her belief that education is transformative and has the power to change lives, she is actively involved in initiatives that advance equitable education for underprivileged communities. She works closely with refugee communities by providing professional development training for refugee educators and conducting educational workshops for refugee children. She also contributes to the design and development curriculum materials for alternative learning centers. Today, Dr. Lee will share her keynote address entitled Reimagining Curriculum and Assessment for Meaningful Learning. Yeah, for your information, so actually based on schedule, we have 45 minutes for this learning session. So probably 25 to 30 minutes for presentation and 15 minutes for Q&A. Okay, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, dear moderators, and good morning to all of you. I hope you can hear me clearly. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I really welcome you to join our sessions today. It is truly my honor to share my experience with you at this meaningful ICELL 2026. Okay, just now, I have some internet problem because I think because of the YouTube streaming. If you can't hear me clearly, I apologize in advance. Okay, let me share my screen. I would like to talk about the topics reimagine curriculum and assessment for meaningful learning. Okay, so just now that I hope all of you can see my screen. If you can't see, dear moderator, please let me know. All right. Dear moderator has introduced me to you. So today I would like to share a little bit about how to construct a curriculum and assessment for meaningful learning in this AI era. Just to give you a brief outline about my sharing. First, when we talk about a new topics, right, we need to start with the problem. If there is no problem, then why are we discussing this topic? So I would like to start by discussing or sharing with you why do we need to reimagine curriculum and assessment for meaningful learning in this era. Then I am going to discuss with you like what is meaningful learning, because all of us has different experience in learning, in working. The way that we define meaningful learning will actually impact how we can redesign our curriculum and assessment in this era. And of course, later I will share my real life experience of how I'm trying to, reimagine or redesigning the curriculum and assessment using some practices in Malaysia, my own practices, and all the practices that my students have shared with me as an empirical evidence to discuss this topic. And of course, I'm going to end with conclusions. And I hope that we will have a very interactive and fruitful discussions today. Okay, if I am to use a diagram to explain the relationship between curriculum and assessment, we will definitely think that there are two components that cannot be separated. If I can represent it using a picture as this, you can see that there are many goals we want to achieve in our life as teachers, as students, as parents, we need to explore, we need to master knowledge, we need to achieve different goals in life. And personally, I believe that we all need to grow all the way in our life journey. So curriculum is like a roadmap that will guide us toward our final goal in this life to achieve our self-actualizations. But how do we know whether we can or we have or we haven't achieved the skill or knowledge we intend to cultivate? So for me, assessment is just like the compass in our life journey. So with the compass, we know that whether our direction is correct, whether we are on the right spot at a particular time in our life. So these two things, which is curriculum and assessment, should always be discussed together. If you understand the concept of alignment in learning, okay, we need to always align our objective in teaching and learning with the curriculum, which is the teaching and learning activities in the classroom. And finally, we need to assess our students in a meaningful way. So with this is the focus of our discussion and my sharing of the day. I understand that we have an audience who join physically at the university. We also have audience who join us online on Zoom, and some audience are watching the live stream on YouTube now. So I would like to start these sections in a more interactive way. And I hope no matter where you are, perhaps we can have a quick interactions sections before we start discussing all those topic. Okay, I will just give you, perhaps just a minute. Whenever you are, if you can see my class code, this QR code, can you please very quickly scan it? Because I want to ask like 2 questions to actually establish, to develop or build the foundations for our discussions today. So no need to worry. This is just a sharing stations to kickstart our today's discussions. It is not a test because I know that we are talking about assessment, but please remember, actually you are not really graded. Okay, but I always say that even keynote sections can be used as a platform for us to, discuss the emerging issues that we are all facing nowadays. Okay, I will just wait like until maybe 10 participants have joined me to collect some feedback from you. Okay, thank you. No worries if you are not comfortable. Okay, so I use this actually as a way to interact with the audience, not only physical audience, but actually online audience as well. Okay, if you are to explain the curriculum or assessment that you are experiencing now currently, what do you think you are going to describe your experience now? Do you think that our curriculum and assessment now, you want to describe it as the antique in the museum? Or you think, oh, actually we are not doing so bad. It is just like water. Water is neutral, right? It means that you say, okay lah, our curriculum and assessment are actually on track. Okay, but any of you thinks that our nowadays curriculum and assessment actually is like hologram. It's very futuristic that can prepare our students for their future work life. Okay, so what is your opinions on this? Okay, so the 10 students who have joined, right? Perhaps you can very quickly, show us the result here. I can also collect very live response from you. Okay, so to save time, maybe I just very quickly, I can just close it. Okay, so many of you think that you can see, many of you think that, oh, it is like so-so. We are not that bad, but we are not moving forward as well. So perhaps we are, still preparing our students from what is happening now. Thank you for your response. Okay, then we come to the questions. Based on your response, right? Many of you have chosen that, I think that it is not something antique or out of date, but it is so-so. Okay, there are still rooms for improvement. So let's very quickly look at why do we need to reimagine curriculum and assessment. Okay, let me ask you a question. Maybe you can reflect yourself. How many of you have checked your student assignment this semester and think that, oh, their assignment is so well written? Okay, and normally they will start their assignment or their essay or argument in this way. For example, in the rapidly evolving landscape of social economic paradigms. So if you think that, oh, I'm very familiar with this sentence, actually you are with me. It shows that actually our students are all using AI, okay, especially like ChatGPT, Gemini AI, as a way, to complete the task on hand. And beyond the technological issues, right? You see, try to think of all the different kinds of job our students will take in the future. Are our current curriculum and assessment preparing them for their future job that don't even exist now? Future-proof competency. We want to develop our students that goes beyond an intellectual person, but holistic in a way that they are also, good in problem solving, critical thinking, and all the soft skills needed in this 21st century skills. And now we see that the world is not restricted to one country. Like last month, I traveled to Indonesia. So we also need to prepare our students to be global citizens so that they can navigate different problems whenever they are. And of course, with all those challenges on hands now, right, we can't deny that our students also need support in their well-being, to take care of their state of being a holistic person so that they can cope with all the different challenges and society complex issues, either now or in the future. Having said that, right, since there are so many factors that drive us to reimagine our curriculum and assessment, but let's look at what the students or even educator thinks. Imagine that you are a student, right? So what is meaningful learning to you? Because today's our topic focus on curriculum and assessment, which is meaningful to the students or even us as educators. So if you want to reimagine the curriculum and assessment from the student perspective, let's imagine that you are a student. What is the meaningful learning that you have in mind? Okay, what is meaningful learning to you? This is my last question. So the one who have joined my class point, perhaps you can answer these last questions, because after that, I'm going straight into my point. Okay, for the interest of time, I collected quite a few answer here. All right, let me very quickly, I'm going to close it in 30 seconds. Please keep your answer coming in. Okay, so thank you very much for those of you who have responded. So we see that useful is the biggest word. It means that many of you think that the most important learning must be useful. And I also see similar terms such as practical and able to apply the knowledge, okay, preparing for the future work. Basically, it focuses on the practicality of the curriculum and assessment. Thank you. Yes, I totally agree with you. So I want to take the definitions from this researcher, Jonathan et al., that they have defined meaningful learning in a way. For example, it must involve active learning for the students because students must be able to innovate, adapt, and synthesize solutions. The meaningful learning must be able to also constructive because it will allow students to construct their knowledge. Just now, I saw some answer from you, which you mentioned that connecting. Yes, constructive means we allow the student to connect what they learn in a classroom and the real world situations. And this is exactly related to authentic because we need to immerse our students in real life problem solving so that they can apply their knowledge to solve complex issues in the world. Okay, and mostly we will encourage the students to work together with their friends because meaningful learning comes from negotiations, interactions, brainstorming, and the sharing of ideas. And of course, eventually we need to reflect on whether we have achieved the learning outcome or whether we fulfill or whether we meet the goal in our life. So that is the meaningful learning defined by Jonathan. However, based on my teaching experience in this year, I would like to add the word which is purpose-led educations. Okay, just now one of the audience has mentioned purposive. Okay, so it must have a purpose because if the learning doesn't have a purpose, we don't know where is the end games of this learning journey. So I would like to add one construct, which is from Berman and Heskin Leventhal about purposive learning, which means that they must eventually lead the students to fulfill their goal in the life. Okay, when we say meaningful learning, it must be purpose-led based on this very important purpose, based on this very important component. The first, it must, of course, connect students' academic achievement if the callings in our life. All of us has different calling. Okay, we are asked to become an educators, we are asked to become an entrepreneurs. So the purposive learning must help the students to play their responsibility in the societies. Okay, the second is the telos. The telos in Greek word means they must have a purpose. And of course, we need to do something with virtue, with belief, with good attitudes, so that it is meaningful and benefits the society. And of course, finally, we need to empower the students to learn by unlocking their potential. Okay, so that they can become a competent person. In order to achieve all those, instead of asking our students like, what should we teach the students? Now we have to ask our students, okay, what capability should the students develop in this era? Having said that, we need to look into the curriculum gaps now, which I think that based on the research or my own teaching experience for the past 20 years, it is sometimes still content heavy, very subject silos, and most of the time, some students listen to what we are saying in the classroom. So to close all these gaps, okay, so I try to come up with somehow the conceptual framework, okay, and I want to propose like a contextual learning, competence-based curriculum, transdisciplinary curriculum, and flexible curriculum. Okay, I'm going to share with you how I reimagine curriculum by integrate all those elements in my own teaching and the teachings from others practitioners. Okay, when we say contextualize teaching, I think that I don't really need to define it. Basically, it is relating to what the students learn in the classroom, which their everyday's life. So this will allow students to investigate, discuss, experiment, solve problem, and try out their solutions. If it doesn't matter whether solutions work or doesn't work, and eventually they need to continuously improve their performance so that they can be reflective they can be reflective all the time. So the most important, by involving students in contextual learning, they are able to apply knowledge and skills across different contexts. So I want to give you a few examples from different education level because I understand that we have a diverse learners and diverse audience here. Okay, I just want to share with you what I did in my class. I'm teaching a module known as Teaching and Managing Diverse Learner in the Classroom. As you can see, right, I put on some of the topics. Those topics are very contemporary topic, okay, such as how to manage students' social emotional learning, how to create inclusive learning environment, using more humanistic or people-based, okay, approach to teach and manage diverse learners? And how can we practice culturally responsive pedagogies in the classroom? So how did I contextualize this module? You can see those are the activities picture that my students did when they were taking my module. So actually, I brought them to schools so that they can really practice how to manage learner in the real world context. So that was the pictures taken when they were conducting workshops. They focus on promoting body positivities among young children. Okay, so this is an example how we can link the knowledge that we learn in the classroom with the real world situations by practicing it in the real world context. So I also have a few examples from preschool, primary, and secondary level. Even starting from preschools, we can contextualize the curriculum. For example, if we are teaching shapes, the students can actually explore the classroom or even the playground to find circles, rectangles, triangle, and so on. So their learning environment is actually very meaningful for them to construct the knowledge. Similarly, for primary school students, when we teach fractions, it is not necessarily that we draw the triangle, square, and round shape for them to shape the different fractions, right? But we can also use some real world experience, such as divide pizza, cakes, or fruits among the classmates to understand the concept of fractions. If we are at the secondary school level and we are teaching topics on climate change, for example, they can even investigate the local environmental issues. Sometimes we always teach it based on the textbook, right? But where do all those textbooks come from? Sometimes the textbooks are imported from foreign countries, right? Which is not relevant to our context at all. That's why we need to, use some local environmental issues as an example so that the students can really feel that the issue are relevant to them. Okay, so issues such as environmental issues in schools allow students to collect data on waste generations and propose practical solutions in the schools. Okay, secondly, I believe that all of you are very familiar with the words competence-based curriculum because now we need to focus on creating new knowledge, reconciling the tensions and dilemma between content-heavy curriculum and developing the students' capabilities. So future curriculum should focus on developing transferable skills among the students to allow them to use skills such as critical problem solving, reflective skills in different contexts in whatever disciplines they are going to engage in. Okay, so I also want to use like two examples here. Like if you look at I believe that you know that Finland is one of the country which is like very advanced in their education system. So they have these 7 transferable competence that integrate across all subjects. So it means that regardless what are the subjects, the students will be nurtured like to develop thinking skills, cultural competence to understand diverse culture, custom, and so on. And the list goes on. Okay, but in Malaysia, for example, at Taylor's, we have a Taylor's Culinary Institute. It is like, you can really see our students cooking at that kitchen live so that we can also, when we go to the restaurant, we can see how they practice and develop their competence. Then our students will also serve as the waiter or waitresses at the restaurant. So this is a way that we develop students' competencies when they are engaging in broader curriculums that prepare them for future work. Then we go into transdisciplinary curriculum. So we all know that many real-world challenges, such as AI ethics, climate change, can only be solved, okay, by having a teams from different disciplines. For example, if I am a science teacher, probably I need somebody from the engineering disciplines to solve problems related to AI and discuss with me all those issues. I also need somebody from the economic background to give advice to me. How can I support my students if they want to start a business? So siloed teaching is no longer work effectively, okay, in current society. We need a transdisciplinary teams that integrate knowledge from different backgrounds and disciplines, to solve a real world problem. I want to share with you one of the projects that I did with my students when I was still a teacher in Brunei Darussalam. So in this project, actually I spent about 6 months in mangrove with my students to investigate a kind of animals, which is mud whelk at the mangrove. So in these projects, my student actually investigated the characteristic of the mud whelk, their nutrition values, and then how the environmental factors influence the populations and survival and the movement of this species. So in these projects, you can see that there is an integration of disciplines from science, technologies, mathematics, and even geography. Okay, so in this project like this, the student have the opportunity to develop their knowledge, their skills from different disciplines. Okay, so finally we go to this flexible curriculum. As you know, right, our curriculum nowadays, of course, has a very predetermined sequence. We teach based on the topic. Of course, I agree because it makes our teaching very organized. But as an educator, sometimes we need to think beyond. We need to think how can we make the curriculum a little bit more flexible so that it can unlock the students' potentials and actually trigger their curiosities in learning. I also want to give you an example. This is an example my student shared with me because my students, my master student used to work in a kindergarten. So she told me that her school actually practice regular Amelia approach. If you are from the early childhood field, I'm sure you are familiar with this term. So she told me that instead of fixed lessons, the school always encouraged the students to investigate problems of their interest. Okay, we still follow the curriculum. The curriculum, for example, is the relationship between the students and their environment. So my student brought her student out of the classroom to walk around the campus, and the students say, "Hey, teacher, what happens to these ants? I saw the ants were moving around." If we are very rigid and we are teachers who really want to follow the curriculum, we may say that, "Hey, we have no time to discuss all these problems. Let's go into the classroom." But that is not what my student did, you know. So my students say that, "Oh, if this is the topic that trigger the student interest, why don't us continue to explore it?" So for the coming weeks, right, they keep on, investigating what are the different food types of food the ants like. Okay, like candies, they even use grass, oranges to see which type of foods are really attractive to the kids. So that is a kind of flexible curriculum that we work around the provided topics given to us. Okay, so one of the example, sorry, I'm not an expert in this field, but this really attract my attention. This is the syllabus in Indonesia, right? I saw that it has integrations and a lot of things that I have just mentioned. If we have more time, perhaps we can use this as an example to further discuss curriculum flexibility. Okay. So since the curriculum is closely related to assessment, how we can reimagine assessment so that we are more aligned to all the flexible curriculum, contextualized curriculum, transdiscipline curriculums that I have just mentioned. I think these three elements are very crucial. The first is integrating evaluative judgment. The next is developing AI resilient tasks. The third is to establish constructive feedback loops. Okay, in integrating evaluative judgment can be defined as a capability to make decisions about the quality of work of one and the others. According to the research, this element is quite lacking in a lot of curriculum and even in our classroom teachings. I just want to provide you with one example to further elaborate how it works. Perhaps later you can modify it and implement it in your own classroom. Okay, so in this case, let's say that because I am training the future teachers. Okay, so perhaps I give my students a task that required them to critique the lesson plan, assessment task, marking scheme, and sample or three student work. So my student teachers are required to evaluate the assessment, okay, evaluate the student work, redesign the assessment, and doing a reflections at the end. Okay, so by doing this activity, you can see the different elements of evaluative judgment that I can integrate in this work. For example, when the students are evaluating the assessment quality, actually they are trying to apply their knowledge of assessment standard in their work. When they grade the student work, actually they judge the quality of the sample. When they justify why this lesson plan is good or bad, actually they practice evidence-based reasoning. So the list go on, such as calibrate judgment, apply quality standard, and very important is self-evaluations. So all those questions that we asked in our assessment actually is a way to promote evaluative judgment among our students. Developing AI resilient assessment. I think now the teachers has other job because we constantly debating whether this piece of work, if the student authentic work, or actually is it generated by AI or assisted by AI. So I try to integrate. I try to practice like multi-model assessment so that my students has a way to submit a work or showcase their real potential, which is not or cannot be really replaced by AI. Okay, if you look at these two models, I'm teaching two modules. The first is energy and interactions. The first task is designing a lesson plan. So designing a lesson plan is a task which can be, easily improved or created by AI. Okay, however, the second task is they really need to implement the lesson plan at a refugee school. Okay, so this is one example of AI resilient task because we really need to evaluate the students and see how they work out the whole plan in a real world setting. So that is the task that AI cannot replace. In my second module, learning, assessment, and feedback, my students are required to design an assessment plan to assess a group of students of their choice in the classroom. Again, the first assignment, designing an assessment plan, the idea can always, generated by AI. But what I did with my student is they need to attend a Q&A sessions to justify their plans, to defend the statements that they make in their assignments, and actually answer some questions which I don't think that that align in the assessment plan. So by using different methods, right, we can actually develop the assessment, which is AI resilience. And finally, we need to provide constructive feedback to our students. I think to make learning meaningful, feedback is a very crucial element. So when we give feedback, we also allow the students to think about the work that they have submitted, the process of their learning, to revise their work, and then reflect on their growth before the final grade is assigned. One good thing is now in this era AI can be our good friends because we can provide feedback with the assistance from artificial intelligence tools as well. So this is what I do in my class as well. If you can see, this is the AI tools known as Lunar Factory. So I created a few assessment tasks. One of it is a role play classroom scenario where the students need to solve the problem using this platform. So my students will play the role as a teacher in this scenario-based learning. And my students communicate with the AI, to suggest solutions. And then these AI tools will ask my students some questions. So when I say, end the role play, please, you can see what did the AI say. The AI say that, please wait patiently while I review your answer. So these AI tools will review my student responses and actually provide feedback, like which aspect you did well and which aspect you need to improve. Which part of your answer is actually not aligned with the question's requirement. This is how I use AI as my buddy to provide continuous feedback to my students. So time pass very quickly. This summarize like how we can integrate AI in the feedback loop for personalized feedback. Okay, so that our students can really learn meaningfully with the assistance of the AI as well as we as teachers on site. As you can see, right, there is a picture showing here. Teachers actually explaining the feedback provided by AI to help students progressively improve in their learning journey. Okay, very quick. Time passes very fast. I almost come to the end of my sharing. I integrate everything that I have mentioned. Of course, in this using this diagram, it looks very complex. I know it is because there is so much things that we as teachers have to do to create meaningful learning experience for our students. I admit that it is not an easy task, and even for me, I have used a lot of time to rethink what I can do in my class to make learning more meaningful. I just want to end this sharing by saying that when we think that it is very challenging to reimagine curriculum and assessment, try to think of the main reason we enter these noble professions. Okay, we didn't come as educators to reinforce memory retention among our students, right? We want to become educators that to light fires in our young minds to cultivate curiosity and build our students' human capabilities in a meaningful ways. Of course, it is not an easy task. It requires courage, it requires us to step out of our comfort zone, to challenge our traditional way of teachings, to embrace messiness, to dismantle what is not working now at this era. So I would like to end my sharing with one quote from Albert Einstein. Education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. With this, all of us, with your commitment, are the crucial ingredient to shape curiosity and adaptive mindset among our students and make the real change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for such insightful and thought-provoking presentation. So now we will move to the question and answer session. So probably we have about 15 minutes for this question and answer session. Participants are
Sorry, moderator, I can't really hear you. I'm not sure whether is it my internet problem.
Okay. All right. So it's time for a question and answer session. And then participants are welcome to submit the question through raise institution. Is there any questions? So you can use raise hand feature or send the question to chat box. Okay, we still have about 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's check. Yeah, so there is one question from in chat box. Sorry. Curious on what you think on helping students who are not interested in learning. So helping them to be interested in the learning process, ma'am. Please.
Curious on what you think on helping students who are not interested in learning, helping them to be interested in the learning process. Based on my experience, we cannot solve it using one ways. Of course, to know why the students disengage, we need to know the root cause. Okay, so I will encourage the teachers to talk with the student first, because there are many factors that lead to them that leads them to disengage in class. Maybe they have problems in the families. Perhaps they have poor mastery of language. Perhaps there are like even conflicts between their peers. Can disengage them in learning because they may not want to discuss with their friends anymore. Therefore, to help the student engage in learning, we need to know what are the problems that leads to them. Only then we can propose the solutions based on the root cause, based on the factors. For example, they disengage, perhaps they cannot understand certain language or certain terms used in the lessons because of language proficiency issues. Then we need to provide support, or in education, we say scaffoldings in terms of language to the students. Because I did research on scaffolding students learning, I found out that some students disengage because they are not motivated enough. For example, they don't get encouragement from families, okay, and they don't get recognitions from teachers. So by knowing all the problems, by knowing all the causes that leads to their disengagement, we can better design solutions to cater for this diverse. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
So we have one more question in the chat box again.
Yes.
From Fredela Felicia Sujoso. Yeah. Do you think this meaningful learning can be applied to the student with special needs? Okay, it's a good question, ma'am.
Yes, I designed the the special ed learning resources with some researchers from University of Plymouth, UK. If you ask me, of course we are, because students with special needs are also students, right? They are also curious learner like us. If we are the learners, if we promote lifelong learning even among adults, so why can't we also promote meaningful learning among students with special needs? The same thing is because there are many different types of students with special needs. The student with dyslexia, ADHD, okay, autistics, they may have different goal, they have different interests in their life. So for them, like a meaningful learning can be different. Their definition can be different from our typical student in the classroom. Maybe for students with special needs, their meaningful learning means, or it is a fun learning. But it is fine because this is what the purpose of learning for them, right? So understanding this, similarly, if fun learning is the meaningful learning for them, right? Then we need to think of what kind of fun learning can we design for the students with special needs. Is it like a play-based therapy? Is it like music therapies and so on? Similar, okay? It's just the approach that we use to promote meaningful learning is different. But the concept of meaningful learning, I believe, is applicable to all students regardless of their needs.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
Yes, thank you.
Predela, for the questions. Do you still have more questions? Okay, so okay, so there was a question from chat box. So everyone in the room, you can use also raise hand feature. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we got two more questions, ma'am, from Julkifli Tanipu. So can we set the assignment for EFL teachers in remote areas?
Okay, I see two questions here. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we have two questions
Okay,
from
so do we still have time?
These two questions will be the last, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. If we still have time, please allow me to just use 2 or 3 minutes to answer these two questions. Okay, so from Zulkifli, can we set the assignment for EFL teachers in remote areas? Of course, we need to understand the challenges and the constraints faced by the teachers in remote area. Okay, so we need to design the assignment based on the environment. For example, like in remote area, perhaps they are lacking of resources. You know, they don't have access to internet and so on. So we need to understand the context of the remote area, and then we can design the appropriate assignment for the EFL teachers using the limited resource. For example, if like a class point that I used just now was impossible, are there other ways to also access students in the same way in the remote area? For example, we can prepare like small whiteboard for the students to write on it. So this can replace my class point. Okay, so in conclusion, we need to design the curriculum and assignment based on our contextual factors. And next one, Nuru asked, I observe that some teachers today get a trap on fun learning and attention to the meaningful learning. Is it possible to run it together? Of course, it is possible to run it together because I think that a meaningful learning is a fun experience because we don't keep the students within the four walls of the classroom. You see, we expose them to the real world problems. We ask them, to interact with their peers or even interact with people outside of the school community. And I think that the student will love to communicate with the people around them because now everybody love to become this YouTuber, right? They want to go on live to make known to others. They want to talk to others. They want to make themselves visible. So a fun learning such as contextualized learning, interdisciplinary learning, where they have the opportunity to exchange ideas with people from different disciplines, definitely is a fun and meaningful learning for the students. To me, the meaningful learning must be fun. Okay, and the student will definitely feel fun if the learning is meaningful, purpose-led, and can develop the skills and knowledge needed in the future.
All right. Yeah, so those two questions will be our final question, ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and yeah, it's 10:55 already.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for your generous sharing and for responding so thoughtfully to our questions. And then on behalf of organizing committee and all participants, okay, please join me in expressing our sincere appreciation to Dr. Lee Yiling for this inspiring keynote session. So I can say that today's session has offered us an important reminder. Reimagining education means designing curriculum and assessment that are connected to learners' lives, yeah, grounded in context and directed toward meaningful growth. It also means ensuring that every learner, regardless of background or circumstance, has opportunity to participate, flourish, and see value in their own learning journey. So thank you as well to all participants for your active engagement. And yeah, please stay with us for the next session of the conference and have a wonderful morning. And thank you. Thank you,
Thank you
Dr.
so
Lee,
much.
once
Thank
again.
you. I really appreciate the organizer for inviting me. Have a good weekend, everybody. Thank you. Hope to see you in any coming occasions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Definitely.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
you, ma'am.
Thank
wabarakatuh.
you.
And then Mr. Julkifli.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank Dr. Lee Ling for the wonderful presentation. And based on the schedule, now we have 5 minutes for the preparation for the fourth plenary session. The plenary session number 4 will be handled by our moderator, Ibu Dr. Dewi Dama. And the speaker is Dr. Nora Sikin Binti Yusuf with the title Reimaging Teacher Education for Meaningful and Technology Enhanced Learning. So Bapak Ibu, please stay with us. We're going to continue in 5 minutes. Now we have 5 minutes for the break. Thank you. Once again, thank you, Dr. Lee, for your presentation.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yes.
Amen. Boleh undang jadi. Iya. Iya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Welcome back,
warahmatullahi
everyone.
wabarakatuh.
Whether you are joining us right here in the whole Lola Day or tuning in virtually from across countries, welcome to session 4. To keep our energy high across both spaces, let's do a quick hybrid check-in. If you are here in the room, give me a warm round of applause. And if you are online, drop your favorite emoji or shout out your location in the chat box right now. Yes. Okay, let's see the chat move. We're gonna see where are you from. Yeah, maybe some are from Nigeria, from other countries. Before we begin, please ensure your mobile devices are on silent so we can give our speaker our undivided attention. We have arrived at a pivotal station of our seminar. Up to this point, we've explored grand ideas, and now we are bridging theory, language leadership, and transformation. It is an absolute honor to introduce our fourth speaker, a distinguished academic leader, visionary researcher, and award-winning educators seamlessly integrates contemporary pedagogy with timeless values. Please welcome Dr. Norashikin Binti Yusuf. Dr. Norashikin holds a PhD in education from the University of Aberdeen, UK, and a Master of Education from the University of Exeter. She currently Sharif Ali, Unisa, Brunei Darussalam. Her accolades speak volumes. She is a recipient of Brunei prestigious state honorary medal, the Excellent Service Medal, Pingat Indah Kerja Baik, awarded in April 2026, which is 3 months ago. She has been recognized with both the UNISA Staff Excellence Award for Administration in 2025 and Teaching Excellence Award. A prolific researcher and invited international speaker, her expertise spans content language integrated learning, CLIL, AI literacy in education, and integrating Islamic values into modern curricula. Beyond the titles and prestigious accolades, she is a true pioneer dedicated to reshaping language education for future generations. Her topic today, everybody, is reimagining teacher education for meaningful and technology-enhanced learning. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and give a warm, enthusiastic welcome to Dr. Norashikin Binti Yusuf.
Okay,
Dr.
thank you very
Norashikin,
much,
the
Madam
floor and the
Moderator.
screen is entirely yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. And a very good morning to everyone. Well, perhaps it's not morning in some areas. So wherever you are, good morning, good evening perhaps as well, or it's probably noontime, just like us in Brunei. It's lunchtime at the moment, so we're 1 hour we were 1 hour ahead in Brunei, I believe. Yes, okay. So thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Very humbling introduction, okay. But I believe I'm also still learning, and I hope to also learn today from everyone. But well, I have been given the task to actually and given the honor to actually speak on the topic that I believe is very close to me, which is reimagining teacher education for meaningful and technology-enhanced learning. Just a bit of context. I actually asked earlier on who the audience is made of. So the answer I got was there are teachers, there are also students, university students, I believe, taking teacher learning or learning education, yes, and also university students. So I'll introduce myself as well as perhaps just a bit of context and background to help everyone understand why I am giving the points or discussing the points today. So I was a teacher before I went to teach at UNISA. I was a teacher. Then I moved from being a teacher to an academic in a university in Brunei as well, which is not UNISA, it was in UBD, University Brunei Darussalam, under the Institute of Education, where I did a lot. Most of my time was teacher education. Then I had the opportunity to transfer to another university and back to teaching language, which I'm happy about because I believe teaching the language itself gives myself personally that excitement, okay, of teaching language. So that's how I've moved from being a teacher of language, English language to be specific, then a teacher educator, and then back to a language educator. So today I'll be speaking about teacher education. Right, so if I may begin, let me just share my slides. Hang on. Sorry. Okay. I think it's here. Okay, can everybody see my slide? If yes, if you could react and give me a thumbs up.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much. But let me just remove some of these because it's in the way of my slides, so I can't really see. Okay. All right. So let me begin. Right. So if we take first, we talk about the topic first, and I see the keyword reimagining, and lately I keep seeing that all the time. Okay, and it has become the word of the moment, especially in our field of education. And if you're also looking into QS, you can see there's reimagine education, right? So it's being said a lot. And in fact, not long ago, which was in April 2026, I was also invited to speak on reimagining language education in the era of global transformation. And here I am again, asked to reimagine once more. But when I think about it and I take a step back, especially as educators, so let's all take a step back. I think we'd all agree that imagining and reimagining have always been an educator's staple. Wouldn't you agree? I think we've always been doing that long before this word appeared so many times in conference titles, as conference themes, in books, in wherever you want it to be, in mottos, for example, you can name it along with me. It was what we actually have been, we actually did every day and have been doing. We imagined who our learners could become. And then we have to reimagine our teaching every time a lesson fell flat, perhaps. Okay, we have to constantly reimagine. And then, there's a curriculum change, all right? And throughout my career, there's been a lot of changes that required us to reimagine all the time, okay? So the question is not whether we reimagine, because we always have, right? But the question is now perhaps is what are we being asked to reimagine now? And why the stakes feel different this time? So if I were to highlight, sorry, I'll move my slide now. if I were to highlight, I've already talked about the word reimagining, but there are also other key terms that are also very important here, which I believe it's the word meaningful. Okay. And I take this to mean that meaningful means it's purposeful and it's also intentional. But I want to also push it a little bit further, that meaningful learning is learning that matters to the learner and connects to their world. It is the opposite of doing something because the technology makes it possible or because everyone else is doing it, right? So it has to be because learning that meaningful learning has to be that learning matters to the learner and it connects to their world. And then the other one is technology enhanced learning. And if you notice the word order, the end game is always learning. The final sort of where we want to go here with whatever we're doing, it has to be learning. And we put the modifier or the adjective there that is technology enhanced. So technology is the modifier, not the noun, because we live in an age of rapid technological transformation. We have a responsibility to actually make good use of technology to complement and to enhance our teaching and learning while never confusing the actual goal, which is learning. All right. So it shouldn't replace us. Technology shouldn't replace educators. It should enhance learning, right? Then the most important thing I believe here, so when we're asked to reimagine, and then the key terms reimagine, meaningful, technology, enhanced learning, there must be something that that we're going to use or as a medium to where we're going to go to, okay, and which is teacher education. All right. And this is where all the three phrases actually converge, because none of it will happen without teachers, correct? Curricula don't teach, the curriculum don't teach, platforms don't teach, AI don't, well, it's arguable, it can teach, all right? But there's no human connection, perhaps, all right? So AI doesn't really teach. So teachers do. Teacher education is where we decide what kind of teachers we send into transform landscape. Okay, so we send into the transform landscape. So if we're talking, and when I say send, it seems like it's teacher preparation. So it's not reduced to only that. We're not just preparing teachers, but we have to also remember teachers who are already, and I believe some are also already teachers here, who are already in the field, okay? And so we need to work together towards that. So if we want learning that is meaningful and genuinely enhanced by technology, then teacher education is not one piece of the puzzle. It is the place where the reimagining must begin. So if I go to if I share my experiences of, because a lot of times when you're asked to reimagine, something has disrupted you, okay? And I believe the big things that have disrupted us would be perhaps COVID was one, okay, where we had to move all our physical classrooms to online learning, okay? Then now there's also AI, right? And if we talk about technology itself, if we look from, because it's not that technology has only happened now, it has happened a long time ago, all right? And I remember as a teacher trainer, a teacher trainee, when I was learning to teach, okay, I think back in, I think more than 20 years ago already, that I remember I was taught about CAL or CAL, however we want to call it, is computer assisted language learning, or some people call it computer aided language learning. And then there's mobile assisted language learning. Then there's also our virtual platforms and the likes. Okay, so so if I were, excuse me, if I were to say that technology is just for now, it's not, it has been, but it's just that it has changed its role. Okay, so if that's the case, then okay, I'll also take you back to what has happened. All right, then we are met with, or we have to deal with the different literacies. So from just being traditional literacy, there's a lot of other literacies which are called new literacies, Okay, so traditional literacy is our reading, basic reading, writing, speaking, and listening. But as technology developed, the literacies as well has emerged, the new literacies. So there's information literacy, visual literacy, critical literacy, media literacy, tool literacy, digital literacy. And now with the next disruption, which happened a few years ago and just recently, is AI literacy, which is a set of competencies that enables an individual to actually critically evaluate, communicate, and collaborate with AI tools. Okay, so because of that, I have engaged in some readings, all right, and I ventured, and I think I am still a very traditional person. So my readings, a lot of time would be what I do is go to the bookstores and look for books, okay, and these are some of the books I've read that talks about ChatGPT revolution, brave new words, how AI will revolutionize education and why that's a good thing, okay? And AI and the future of education. I'll just move this floating thing because it's covering my slide. Sorry. Not on your side perhaps, but on mine. So yes, and AI and the future of education, AI untuk pemula and AI world, underlying logic and survival strategies. And what's the reason behind that? That because to me, at first, when ChatGPT came into can I say action, okay, or appeared, all right. So there's been really good or perhaps discussion on whether it's good or not to be allowing our students to be using ChatGPT at that time, okay? And I was also skeptical at that time, okay, so now we're in trouble, okay? And in my recent talk as well, as I said, I had to talk on reimagining language education. I had to also say, do I need to rethink of whether I should change my careers now or change jobs? Because since ChatGPT can do everything, everyone can be good at language. So do I think of resigning as a language teacher now? So, but of course, no, all right. Because technology shouldn't replace language teachers or educators, because it can be used, but because we have the advantage of being human who can think critically, okay, instead of the AI being fed by data, it can be still useful for us, all right? So why the need for reimagining teacher education? So the first, technology has moved from tools to actors, okay? A long time ago, when I mentioned call, we used it as a tool, all right? But now AI has sort of taken some of our roles. So because one of them is the pedagogical moves that especially generative AI make, okay? So they sort of teach. If you ask questions, they'll answer. If you ask them to provide examples, they will answer, right? And so because of that, there's a need to reimagine teacher education. And then the second one, our frameworks are now perhaps under strain, all right? Because if you remember the frameworks of TPAC, frameworks of 21 CLD by Microsoft, 21st century learning design, okay? So that was that. So we have to think of those frameworks, or whether they're affected by the appearance of AI, okay? And then third, we need to identify whether there is a preparation gap, okay? The teachers who need the most support, is it the teachers who are preparing to, because now they're doing the learning where when AI is actually used, okay? But what about the teachers who are out there, all right? So if I move my slide now, sorry. So for most of our professional lives, or for those who are learning, you've probably delved into the history of technology and teacher education, where, especially language teacher education, where technology actually meant tools, as I mentioned, all right? So the things like call, mall, virtual platforms, LMS environments, okay, that we're still using now. They're powerful, but tools the teacher operated and controlled. We had full control of it, okay? And we use it inside the class. So if there's an app to use, we use it in class to teach our students, all right? But now Gen AI is accessible to most of our students, all right? And they do it themselves, okay? So generative AI breaks that pattern, so adaptively in real time. That is a difference in kind and not in degree. And the field has noticed that if we look at the 2025 special issue on technology enhanced language teacher education, names like digital literacies, ethics, and equity, they're not as enrichment topics, but as preconditions for meaningful integration. And the systematic literature review documents the same shift, that technology evolves from instrument to something closer to a partner in the educational process. So what this is suggesting is that instead of it being a tool, we have to collaborate with AI. Okay, so if we talk about collaboration, usually we think it's a human to human collaboration, but it's now human to AI collaboration. So the question is now no longer which tools do we teach, but if we're talking about teacher education, what kind of teacher with what kind of knowledge does this new reality require? So I talked about TPAC earlier on. TPAC, if we just recall, it's a framework that combines technology, combines pedagogy, and combines content knowledge. So you'll see these things here: technology, technological knowledge, known as TK, pedagogical knowledge, PK, content knowledge, CK. And the areas where it intersects is so if you have technological knowledge and content knowledge, what are the technological content knowledge that a teacher needs? Okay. Then if it's technological knowledge and pedagogical knowledge, what kinds of technological pedagogical knowledge that a teacher needs? And if it's pedagogical knowledge with content knowledge, what's the PCK? How do you teach your content, okay, to make it meaningful? Then altogether, this is the TPAC framework. And you'll see other versions like technological evidence, evidence-based pedagogical content knowledge. So it sounds the same, TPAC, okay? TPAC or TPAC, but it sounds the same, but it's just an additional E where they use evidence as their form of trying to prove or base their decisions that something works, okay? So if we go here, why TPAC is training under Gen AI or generative AI? To answer that, we have to honestly look at the frameworks. Most of us in this room or in this virtual platform would have taught TPAC or used TPAC or know about TPAC and designing our lessons, right? So we think of what are the tools that we can use to teach this content, for example, and how are we going to teach it? So our pedagogy, our content knowledge, and the technology that we want to use. So it has served the field for more than perhaps 2 decades now. I'm not sure, I don't really remember, but I believe it's already 2 decades. So I'll check. Okay, it's 2006, right? So the TPAC's founding assumptions are actually that if you look at what TPAC quietly assumes is that technology is static and passive. The teacher fully controls the tool. The knowledge domains are stable. And then integration is the end goal. Okay, you integrate and nothing will happen. All right, so it's very like it's within your control. But when it comes to Gen AI, okay, AI is adaptive, it's autonomous, and it's interactive in real time. All right, and then AI makes generative moves or pedagogical moves that the teacher must curate and judge, right? If we were to use AI together with us, right? And then AI specific literacies, okay? And ethics and human AI collaboration cut across all domains. And it requires critical evaluation, redefinition, and ethical use are the goals for the use of Gen AI, right? So to be clear, I'm not saying that we discard TPAC, okay? Don't use TPAC. It is still helpful because you're still going to think about your content knowledge. How am I going to teach this content? For us, it's the language, okay? And then for other people, it could be science and stuff. But in my PhD study, it was the integration of how content language can be integrated in learning. So CLIL, content language integrated learning. So if you think about it, language can be learned through content. So if we have a text on planting something, okay, for the environment, for the sustainability of environment, we can teach the language through that content. So that's the area I was from, CLIL. So going back to TPAC, it's not that we discard TPAC, but we extend from TPAC, okay? So there is still usefulness with TPAC, okay? So don't go and be done with it, all right? So, and take in another one, but it's actually an extension, okay, to TPAC. So I'm not going to walk through each of these, but there's been extensions to the framework itself. So you will probably have heard of the intelligent TPAC, okay, and how we measure our readiness, because it's important that we measure our readiness of AI, all right, ELT, which is ELT AIR, which is English language teaches AI readiness, all right. And it means that the field of education and in language education as well is not we're abandoning TPAC, but we're extending it, all right, and adapt it for our field, okay? So, and these are some of the examples. There's also, when we talk about knowledge domains, there's the HCAP, and this talks about human-centric AI pedagogy that has the 5 domains: the AI technological domains, AI content domains, the AI pedagogical domains, and human AI collaborative domains, as well as ethical knowledge, because there's a lot of talk on ethics as well in the use of AI. And there's also competence levels when we talk about AI, and there's also competence to it. So there's PED AI, all right, which is pedagogical AI competence, all right. So as I said, I'm not going to mention, but what I want to mention here is there is a common thread, that the thread is AI literacy, for one, okay? And the other one is human AI collaboration. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of talk on ethics when we talk about AI. So ethics as well now has to be the core teacher knowledge, okay? And they shouldn't be seen as add-ons. So if we take a look at another example of TPAC in its current form when talking about AI, they've included, for some researchers, they've included AI TPAC, okay? So they put that artificial intelligence, for example, the technological knowledge that we saw before in the older TPAC model. So there's AI technological knowledge, which is true that we need to have to know how AI works, all right? How far do we know AI? How does it work? How do we prompt? Okay, so that's the key term that we use when we talk about AI. And then content knowledge as well. So if we merge that, what's the AI technological content knowledge that you can be using? So it's things like verifying information, whether content that's produced in AI ChatGPT is true content or valid content, all right, or the form of truth, all right. So all these things have evolved. So TPAC has extensions now because of the disruption caused by AI, all right. So this is just one of the examples, and there are many more, right? So it does mean that we need to reposition teachers from just users to actually co-designers, okay? And we know for a fact that when we use AI, one of the things that it increases is, and through the readings, and I forgot to mention that through the readings, it has changed my perspective of how I should be looking at AI, because previously I was like closed doors. Okay, I'm probably not going to allow my students AI, or I'm always going to be skeptical that when students hand in their essays, oh, this is probably AI generated, but I could do more from that. And it's actually about us not using it as a tool, but as co-designers. So if that's the knowledge, then our role has to change. So it's not just from a tool user, okay? But if we this is from a research, by the way. So the research describes a continuum, and this is the continuum. So at one end is the tool user, where the technology substitutes for or supports existing tasks, okay? Then one step along would be the augmented teacher, and this is where AI takes on routine work under the teacher's direction. So it's still us controlling the AI, okay? But it can automate our feedback giving, okay? So we send in and say, what does it mean? But it doesn't mean that we leave it to AI to work on giving the feedback. We have to put in our thoughts as well. We have to verify, validate as well, okay? And then the next step is also what matters most now, the co-designer. So teacher and AI jointly designs learning tasks with the teacher, curating, adapting, exercising pedagogical judgment. Remember the human element behind that, and our pedagogical judgment that comes with it, right? So it's us who decide. So we will know that's not going to work with my students, because my class is made up of these kinds of students. So I have to change that a bit, adapt that a bit, or not use it at all. So you might want to ask, okay, can you suggest other ideas? Okay, so it's up to us and not the AI, all right? And finally, the design leader. So this is where teachers shape how AI is used institutionally. And when I say institutionally, it's where the teacher education context comes in, right? So I believe everyone as teachers are design leaders, because we day in and day out, we're always planning for our students, and for that not to be shared with other teachers is a shame, or something that people might not get ideas or might not benefit from it. Okay, so I believe there's something to share with all the experiences that we go through. Okay, right. So if we go to evidence, PD evidence, or professional development evidence based on readings, okay? Now, reimagining is easy to say from a stage, all right? But what does evidence say about professional development that actually builds this capacity? So if we look at the 2025 scoping review, it gives us three numbers, okay? 22. That's how many empirical studies of Gen AI focused teacher development the review could find. Okay, that's it. We are building the plane while flying it. Okay, there's not many yet. All right. So, but I'm sure because it's very recent as well, right? So, but I'm sure there will be more. Okay. So, but this is alone on professional development. And then 4 to 16 is the duration in weeks of interventions that showed results. So not an afternoon, not a one-off workshop on AI, okay, with just a certificate and finish after that, all right? And then there's also, if we just a quick show of hands, okay, so just also to check that everyone's still there, because I cannot see everyone, right? Because the many boxes of people is gone from my screen now. I can only see my screen. So just to check, a quick show of hands, how many of you have attended AI related professional development programs that lasted not longer than 1 day? Oh, so does that mean I don't see hands though? Am I still here?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I was hoping to see show of hands, or Yeah, so perhaps yes, not so a lot, perhaps. Okay, now I have to go back to saying, okay, let's think good that perhaps you have been to AI programs that are that have lasted longer than 1 day, okay, and which in fact brings me back to a training I did in Batam, Indonesia, where we had to spend 11 days just learning on AI and all those technology and education, so virtual reality and all sorts, but not just AI, but other technology. So yes, 11 days. So perhaps there has been changes from the findings itself. But this is what research has that scoping review has mentioned being effective. So it has to last from the duration has to be 4 to 16 weeks to show results that you've designed it, tried it, and also and adapted it. Okay. Then 7 is the outcome types documented. So it's the teacher knowledge, lesson design, higher order thinking, confidence, your attitudes, the AI literacy, and student learning. So PD is done well and the effects are broad. Okay. But here is the finding I most want to carry out of this room. Whether or not teachers who are already practicing also be given the chance to and also be researched. Perhaps it's not shown in the research that they're underrepresented, okay? And there's small samples of it and how they're doing with AI. And okay, so I go to my next slide. How much time do we have? Do we still have time?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about 5 minutes to go.
Okay, all right. So I think I have just a few more slides. Thank you, Madam Moderator. So on the ground itself, this is the truth from ELT classrooms, okay? When Gen AI is delivering, so there is there are advantages. So it's personalized learning, okay? Materials are adapted to proficiency levels depending on what questions are asked, and there would be dynamic classroom activities and richer task variety. It's automated, it's immediate feedback, and that frees our teacher time, okay, our educator time. So again, that idea of increased efficiency, okay? And then there's also been reported gains in student engagement and teacher adaptability. But at the back of our heads, as educators, as teachers, there's still things that we are worried about, I believe, and it's the dependency. And this is also what I'm worried of with my students. They're at so I teach my module every time I get them in the first year, and I always ask the question. I get a baseline survey of whether they're using AI and what they're using it for. And a lot of times they say they ask basic questions to AI every time. Okay. And I'm just afraid that when they're asked to be spontaneous, they have to grab their phones to check the chat GPT and ask questions. So I think that's what I'm trying to train my students to do. So they can write well, because perhaps with AI they can write very well. But the things that don't come in through, it would be the human connection, the spontaneity. How do you respond to questions in real time? Okay, so those are the challenges, right? And the particular challenge as well, I mentioned already, is the ethical challenges, the academic integrity, the data, the authorship, okay, and the possibility of cultural bias, because people who work behind AI, they put in data and train some data, and these data are of course selected by these people. They don't just run everything through, but perhaps they're selective. And if we try, and I tried this a long time before, you will not get ideas on how do we celebrate holidays, because holidays for us in this region perhaps is the Chinese New Year, it's the Eid, and perhaps you don't really get that, but you can try again whether that's still the case. All right. And there's also, going to my last point here, is techno stress and teacher immunity. So coping with constant technological change is what we're experiencing. And as I mentioned, over the years of my career, there's been disruptions in different phases, in different forms, with different phases, okay? And COVID was one of them, the big one. And then the big one to me is the AI, all right? And so what is it now then? I'll just skip this slide, okay? So we go to this idea as meaningful to be the criterion. And these are the four, I believe, to be the non-negotiables. So it has to be, there needs to be equity. So access to, making sure there's access to tools, connectivity, and AI literacy. They cannot become a new axis of disadvantage between learners or between schools. Okay, we have to try and accommodate. Then there's cultural relevance. As I mentioned just now, AI generated content can sometimes be skewed towards certain dominant cultures, if you want to say it. So in one of the readings in TESOL Quarterly, the work gives a vivid example asking about an AI holiday. So that was what I mentioned just now. So it's more built on entirely Western celebrations, okay? So we don't get that. So, but what do we need to do as teachers? We need to localize it. We need to train to audit and localize and not just accept. And that's where our pedagogical judgment comes in, all right? And paired with that would be the ethical, or coupled with that would be the ethical judgment, all right? So the data practices, the bias and the transparency, and always getting into the habit of, if this is AI generated, you have to say that it's AI, okay? So training it and say, yes, I've adapted it from AI. Oh, I use Copilot, I use Gemini, I use a lot of things, all right? But again, we're not going to totally use it because we have the advantage of having critical thinking abilities, and we know our context well, and not everything that AI generates is suitable for our context, all right? And as well, with that comes the assessment integrity, where we're not going to police or become polices of AI integrity, okay? But rethinking, what's the main thing? Do we want the product, or is it the process that's more important, all right? So I would focus on, even if students are drafting based on the ChatGPT, for example, ChatGPT outcomes, they need to show the process of how they've adapted it, and not just giving me a final finish, okay? So if we, and this is the SAMR model, okay, where when we talk about AI literacy, we're not just going to, what do you call that? Going to, there's a word for it. Okay, I'll go back to that, okay, when I remember, okay? So when we talk about AI literacy, there are two things that we want to, the implications for teacher education programs, and it's the curriculum assessment, which I noticed, I got in here a bit early, and I noticed it was a topic previously discussed, okay? So it's curriculum assessment, all right? So curriculum assessment, a curriculum, when we want to embed AI literacy and ethics, it has to be across methods, across the methods courses, okay? So AI literacy and ethics has to be in the methods courses, all right? So not as a bolt-on, yes, that's the word, as a bolt-on module in week 13. So we teach to co-design, all right? And the assessment as well, we want to assess candidates' AI readiness, all right, with validated instruments and track growth over time, okay? So I leave you with these 5 design principles for reimagined teacher education. One is to prepare ourselves as co-designers and not just mere tool users, all right? Because we have to prioritize pedagogical judgment instead of procedural training, okay? Then make ethics and equity load-bearing. It has to be preconditions for meaningful integration and not just options. And then go for sustained and contextualized or situated workshops or trainings. Okay, so again, from the scoping review, I mentioned 4 to 16 week cycles in real classroom. And then measure readiness, not readiness on whether you can use the tool, but readiness in terms of your AI readiness, okay? And then always keep the teacher's voice central. Because why? Because the teachers are the only ones who understand the context better. So I can say so many things, but you will curate, you will design based on your context, okay? Based on your local responsiveness, all right? So it has to be designed with teachers and not for you. So I'm suggesting things for you, but you're the designers of your classroom, okay? Okay. So I leave you at that. So we know that the technology will keep changing, but the criterion must not, okay? And to reimagine teacher education actually prepares teachers who can judge, who can adapt, and who can lead. And so that every new tool is bent toward learning that is equitable, culturally grounded, ethically sound, and genuinely meaningful. So we know that technology will always change, but the criterion must not. So, to me, that is a teacher education worth reimagining, and the people in this room are exactly the ones who are going to do it. Okay, so with that, I thank you everyone for listening and for your time today. Thank you very much, and I now give this back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murashkin, for such an enlightening and rich presentation. You've given us an incredible amount of food for thought, a massive important issue regarding teacher education. We now open for the floor and the screen for online attendance for questions. And we want this session to be as interactive as possible. So if you have question, please raise your hand, state your name and institution. Once the microphone reaches you, and keep your question concise so we can accommodate as many participants as possible. So who would like to kick off our first question?
I think I already see a question, Madam Moderator. So let me just read it out. So yes, I see a raised hand as well, but I'll take the question because I saw that one first in the chat box. It says, I've always been curious about how AI works. What energy sources do they use to power AI? Why are we so dependent on AI these days? Instant results always feel great, but will this come without consequences down the future? Now, this is interesting, isn't an interesting question, and I don't claim to be an AI expert, but I think I would say based on the readings and the trainings I've gone through, AI works with what we call large data. So there's a system called machine learning, and correct me if I'm wrong, just in case there are AI experts here, but I believe I have some knowledge of it. So there's machine learning, which is fed with large data. So I think everyone has heard of large data or data science, okay? So they're fed with a lot of data and then they analyze it for patterns, okay? And this is why it's called a lot of these Gen AI stuff, like things like ChatGPT platforms, Claude AI, they are working on large language models because they've used a lot of data and analyzed the patterns, okay? And if you talk in one of the books that I've read and the ones that I've showed you, they've explained in simple ways how ChatGPT works, okay? And even the other apps as well, that's how they work, okay? It's based on data that's analyzed for patterns, what comes together all the time, and they come up when a question, then they will be trained with questions. And if they give a certain answer, then they say, okay, correct. If it's not, then they'll train it again with different data and train it to respond in a certain way. So that's how it works. This is just with my very little knowledge, okay? And then why are we so dependent on AI these days? I think because it gives us quick answers. It doesn't even give us that, when we brainstorm ourselves, it takes a long time. We have to do our readings and stuff. But when it's with AI, you ask the question, they immediately answer. You just wait for a bit. So you'll have that notification saying thinking, okay? But it doesn't think as long as you are thinking, like the length of time that you use to think, right? But, and again, a valid question and a true concern, okay? Instant results always feel great, correct. But what will this come without consequences down the future? Now, recently, this is an interesting perspective by I'm sure there are Malaysians here, and a recent video I see, and it's an interesting opinion he says about AI. And this is his advice to students, and I believe it's advice for us too as educators. He said AI works as a fancy ruler. Okay, if you understand regression, he says, regression, that ruler, or in statistics, if you're trying to get the, the line, or so that you don't get too many outliers, so they sit on the same lines, okay? So there is a flaw that is raised, and I believe AI has done that a lot of times. So the flaw that's raised is it's raised your efficiency, it's raised a lot of things, okay? Things become quicker. But with that raise in the floor, there's also a lower in the ceiling, and it's just to average out. And he says that when you are average, okay, that all the things from AI are average. You don't want to stay average. You want to be exceptional. And he also says he wants to be someone who has opinion, not opinion of others, because what you get from AI is opinion of others. It's data fed to that system, and it's not your opinion. All right. So a lot of times he says he does use a bit of AI, but he tries to first work things out by himself. So I think that's a really good advice, that we have to teach our students and ourselves to not depend on AI too much, okay? That it creates this Gen AI dependency, okay? Sometimes you need things quickly, yes, correct, but it does takes that that human capacity from us, because we are made to be real critical thinkers and not someone who follows a tool. All right, because I always see that AI is just a tool. It shouldn't control us, okay? So we have to change that dynamics, all right? But I'm not saying, again, I used to have that feeling, I think AI is really bad, but there are some advantages, and particularly I will agree that it increases efficiency. But if I were to say that if you're too dependent on AI and you become a habit, and it takes 40 days sometimes to form a habit, if you keep on depending on AI, okay, and say, okay, that's a question, I'm going to use that answer, I'm going to use that answer every day, then when you are put in a situation that's spontaneous, that's real time, you might not be able to think critically because there's not enough processing. And this is what we call intellectual resilience that has to me has watered down, really, that our attention span doesn't want to read for a long time, which is sad. And you want things very quickly, and our intellectual resilience has gone. So I'm not sure what the data is, but it's just I believe has decreased, and we need to try and shift that back, okay? And for us to appreciate that actually knowledge is in the resilience, in the time that we want to deal with certain things. So I believe that's my response to that. All right. And I've been saying who this person is. He is this economic advisor in Malaysia, Nur Hisham. Okay. He made a comment, particularly for the students on AI. All right. His advice to a group of students at that time on AI. So thank you very much, Permanik, for that question. It's very thought-invoking as well. Yes, and probably I'll have a think again, or whether there are other things I have in mind as well later on. Okay, thank you. So there was a raise of hands just now. I think it's by Yus Marianto. If you'd like to
Yeah,
ask your question.
there are more questions from online attendees.
Yeah.
Mira Yap and Mr. Kersan Lendi, and also Miss Esther Bludurti. Maybe we can wrap it out so you can answer it
Okay.
once, yeah? So the
All
first
right.
one from Mira, what would you say is the biggest challenge of the use of AI in teacher education spaces, and what should be our main focus in the context of teacher education. And next is, would you give to teachers who are just starting to implement these strategies? So what is the strategies? And what should technology not replace teachers? And how can technology enhance the role of teachers? Maybe it has been covered in the
Yeah,
beginning.
I think I've covered that.
Yeah.
Why should technology not replace teachers? Yeah, because we have the pedagogical, our human capacity to carry out pedagogical judgment, because not everything in AI doesn't know our context for sure. Okay, they don't know our group of students, and for us as teachers, we're the ones who sees or who meets our students day in and day out and know how they work and how they think. And when AI just generates a lesson for you and you want to use that, you'll find that it may not be suitable because it's not for your kids. It's not designed for your students. So you have to change that. Okay. So I'll also go back to Mira Yap's question. Now, perhaps this is a personal opinion, and to answer, what would you say is the biggest challenge of the use of AI in teacher education spaces? I think it's being open to AI. I think is, if we just look at teacher to teacher, okay, lecturer to lecturer, where I'm at, some are not open to AI, and they completely disregard it and say, oh, this is which is a valid concern, okay. But I think if we talk about the generation we're teaching today, and this is also a personal opinion, they're exposed to these things, and to take that away is like taking away their realities. And so how do we actually work with their realities? So we have to give and take. So we cannot, we may be trained traditionally, and I think I can say 20 years ago, I was trained traditionally because that's how teacher training was, okay? But we have to move along with the um, technological wave that we're experiencing, the disruptions we're experiencing. And so we have to also become teachers who, one, support each other, because I know that some teachers are really uncomfortable with technology, for one thing, AI, another thing. Okay, but how do we slowly work together to talk about these things? And I think one of the things that we perhaps not do a lot, and perhaps it's also because time constraint, our teacher conversations all the time. Do you know where the best PD is? It's in the staff room, or in together with your teachers, together with your colleagues. The best PD is there because you get to talk about what happened in your classroom before this, and you say, and that's because you remember it so well because it's just recent, right? So those conversations we need to have a lot more teacher conversations, yeah, and to be open about it, and one of the things as well that I'm okay with, if people were to ask me, can I come into your class and have a look at how you teach? I'm okay with that. I'm comfortable with that. But when I ask other people, they would say, okay, maybe not today, or maybe another time, or there's a lot of reasons. But the idea there is actually to learn, because there's so much learning going on from observation alone, because you get to see the whole view from the back of the classroom of how um someone is teaching. And so it shouldn't be a platform for judgment, it should be a platform for learning together. Yeah, so I believe that's what my response would be. Yeah. Yeah. And then, is there another question? Sorry, I may have lost track of the questions.
Well, from the screen, there are some of maybe they also share their thoughts about your presentation. But likely, one
Yeah.
attendee asked two questions each. So I think
Okay.
uh,
Probably I did share my, I'm gonna share
I'm
my,
afraid I will what's that? I will pass the time. It's
yeah,
only 15 minutes for the question and answer for each
yeah.
question.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry about that.
Okay, no worries. But I will leave my email down here, and yeah,
Yeah.
perhaps I could respond to any emails, and we
Sure.
can have a further conversation, which will be good. Then I can also learn from everyone. Okay. So, but thank you for all the questions. I really appreciate it.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
that's me just taking a screenshot of the question, so I get to work on it. Yes, okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Norashikin. That brings us to the end of our political strategies with ethical, values-driven frameworks. And important thing that she emphasized on how teacher conversation and collaboration is really crucial, coping with technology advantages, since the intellectual resilience has been decreased in some ways. So her insight on language integration and educational innovation leaves us a clear roadmap moving forward, inshallah. So please join me once again in giving a huge round of applause to Dr. Nora Shikin Binti Yusuf for an outstanding session. Thank you all for your active participation and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much. Have a good weekend, everyone. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, I will handle this to Sir Zul, PhD.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Dr. Norasikin Binti Yusuf, for your time and insight presentation. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank all the participants for keeping the updates and also for attending this second day of the conference. Now we move to the next session. The partner spotlight from co-writer will be handled by Muhammad Hasbi. Yeah. Okay, so Muhammad Hasbi is now the partner spotlight from co-writer.
Hi everyone.
All right, yep. Thank you. You can handle by now, yeah? Yeah.
Okay. Can you all see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, I see.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good morning.
Thank
Fine.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's a pleasure for me to have this session with all of you. And first of all, I would like to say thank you for to OER for having me to have a section in this very insightful conference. And me will be presenting about this co-writers. It stands for Collaborative Writing of Indonesian English Teachers. So this is a community, and we have this kind of motto: united by teaching, connected by writing, and empowered by sharing. So from this motto, we know that this community is filled with teachers who have the desire to write, because that's what connect us, and we have also have the desire to share what we write. So if you are part of teachers or the future teachers who wish to learn more about writing, who wish to share your knowledge through writing, this place is a good for you. So it's good to pay some attention on this slide. Who knows that in the future you'd like to collaborate with us. Okay, so I'd like to begin with introducing what is Writers. So Writers technically was founded on January 1, 2024. So it's like around less than 2 years now. And we accommodate the three Dharma activities for English lecturers, specifically on writing. And we publish book chapters, which is indexed by ISBN. And we also have some other services around this kind of project. So far, we have published 10 books, and there are more than 150 English teachers who have participated and collaborated with us. And also, our books have been cited in Google Scholar more than 20-50 times, and we have sold around 1,800 books currently. Okay, so I'd like to introduce you more with the concept of book chapter that we have from our community. So the kind of books or book chapter that we write is a thematic book, and the topics or the theme are around ELT, linguistics, literature, and so on. And then we give a certificate of authors, and then we have a Haki certificate as well, and then also we give workshop certificate. And then we also give tutorial on how to post our chapters on a repository websites. We are popular such as ResearchGate, Academia, Google Scholar, and institutional repository. So sometimes when we write, we forget to we just take our papers only for ourselves, but we forget to post it online. So in this project, we learn how to do it. We learn to how to post our papers on a repository website so that broader audience can access it. So more people will read it, and the more chance for the papers or the chapters to be cited by others. And we'd like by having this project, by certain steps that we have during the project, we can also enhance like the index for author school scholar, and also the Sinta score. And it's a project with payment. It's not a free project because there are many things that we do that requires payment. So, and then yearly we have 4 until 6 times of publication, and until now in this year we have already published around 3 books now, and we are preparing our 4th book to be published. And then usually the publication takes around 3 months on the process. And then one of the benefit of this kind of project that we have the link with other academicians around Indonesia. So I'd like to show you like the titles of books that we have already published until right now. So we have English teaching practices in Indonesia during COVID-19 crisis. And then we have useful AI tools for English teachers. And then we have books on Gen Z, we have books on vocabulary and grammar classroom activities, we have books on local-based English language teaching, deep learning, and then Tri Dharma, and then teaching university English courses, and then ESP, and then also we have a second book on AI. So if you have many ideas in mind around so many topics on English language teaching, you could join us and try to publish a chapter that is that suits the theme of our book. And also there is this one book in the left, in the down left, titled Games in English Language Teaching, is our current book that is now in the process of ESBN application. So totally we have already issued 10 books, and then one book is waiting for ISBN, and there is also one book now is collecting submissions of the chapters. And then here we have some reasons why we think that you should consider joining our project. The first one is that this community can be a place for you to express your ideas that you have in mind around Tridharma, especially through writing. So when we talk about writing, about experience in Tridharma, usually we publish that in journal articles, but sometimes journal articles limits the scope or the area, so that some ideas that we want to express is not covered there, because like journal articles, they have like system structures that they should have this kind of structure, introduction, methods, and then result, discussion, and so on and so on. But in book chapters, we have a more flexible structure of writing, so that more ideas, any kind of ideas that you have in mind, can be translated into chapter writing. So yes, we have structures too in our chapter writing, but usually they are more flexible. So any ideas that we cannot really translate into journal article writing can be translated here. And of course, because of that kind of practice, it can enhance the skill of our writing. So we can learn writing through this kind of project. And like I have said before, that one of the side effect, the benefit of this kind of project is it can elevate the score of Sinta and Google Scholar. And many of the writers who have joined this community have this kind of benefit. Some of them have gained 100, 200 elevation of Google's Scholar and Sinta score only from our co-writers book project. Because as I said before, that from this project we will have the book indexed with ISBN, and we will have a Haki certificate, we'll have workshop certificate, and all of them can be integrated on our Google Scholar profile, on our Sinta profile, so that so many areas all together, they help elevate our scoring. And of course, because of that, it can also fulfill like the requirement for BKD, and then kenaikan pangkat, and so on and so on. So externally, some administrative work can be covered by this kind of project too. Okay, and of course, because we write together, so like in one book, there are so many authors there, we have a group there, so, and we can read each other's chapter, we can connect with each other. Okay, and a part of accommodating chapter writing, we have other programs too. So number one is membership. Co-writers offers membership with several benefits, and this is one example of the look of the member card. So for example, people who like to join with our membership, they have like discounts of registrations fee, and then discount of book purchase, and then eligibility to be the editor of our upcoming book, and eligibility to be main or the first author, and then also like free enrollment and a certificate for several programs by co-writers, such as webinars, conferences, and so on. And then the second one, we also offer services to assist applications of Haki certificate. So if any of you have the desire to apply for Haki and find some difficulty to find agency to apply for that, you can apply to our community too. And then the last one, we also assist like book publication. So if you have in mind to publish some books and you find some difficulty to find for a publisher, or you'd like to um, revise or make your manuscripts better and so on and so on, it's also part of our services. So these three things of our project is around book chapter writing that is managed by co-writer. Wait a minute. Okay, so basically, the introduction of co-writers is just this short. There is nothing much that would like to share here. But if you are interested, you could contact me later. So you could contact the committee, or you could save. I think I have mentioned my contact here. Wait a minute. Yes. So you could screenshot this page and then save my number. If you have further intention to participate in our future project, you could just contact me. And lastly, before I close my presentation, uh, so as you can see, we have some collections of interesting books here that could help you explore the areas of English language teaching and learning around so many themes. And one good news is there is, I think, a door prize session, because I have mailed some copies of the books by co-writers to the committee, and I think the committee have managed to grant some outstanding presenters or outstanding abstract or articles that is sent to the committee to be granted with the copy of the book. So if you're lucky enough, you will have one of the books that I displayed to you by co-writers. Okay, I think for the introduction of co-writer is just like this. If you have some question, some inquiries about this community, feel free to ask. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. That was the explanation about the program and some points from the co-writers. Bapak Ibu, if you would like to join co-writers in terms of publishing, yeah,
Yes.
and everything that is related to writing publication since the drafting process to the publishing, I think it will be better for you to contact the co-writers for the further steps of your publication. If you have any question, Bapak Ibu, silakan. We are still welcome you to discuss the matter with the PIC of co-writers. And after this one, Bapak Ibu, we're going to have a break, isoma in Indonesia, ya, istirahat sholat makan, because now in Central Indonesia time is 20 minutes past 12, and we're going to have a very long break because we need to adjust also with the Western Indonesia time or in Jakarta time. We are going to continue the session for parallel session at 12:30, yeah, at 12:30 Jakarta time. So 1:30 here in Gorontalo. So 12:30 because now because if we start at 12 in Jakarta, that's the Zuhur time. So we're going to start at 1:30. Yeah, it's all right if we just reschedule all the session for today, Bapak Ibu. And the next important point that we would like to announce is that for the presenters, we are going to publish in conference proceeding. So if you would like to publish your paper, we are going to set up the proceeding publication by giving the chance for you to submit to the organizing committee. And then after that, Bapak Ibu, the deadline will be 31st of August. Ya, sekali lagi Bapak Ibu, deadline-nya 31st of August for the presenters. If you would like to publish your paper, full paper, the organizing committee will provide the template for proceeding publication, and then the deadline after this conference, the organizing committee will provide the template of proceeding publication through the WhatsApp group of presenters, and then based on the template that we are going to provide, and then we are going to publish the proceeding. Yeah. Okay. And it's free, Bapak Ibu. Yeah. Once again, it's free for the proceeding. Yeah. It's free. So as long as you follow the template and your full paper, so we're going to publish it later, maybe around October or November. Yeah. But you need to follow the template and also the deadline that has been set up by the organizing committee. So I think that's all, Bapak Ibu, untuk waktu yang sekarang. So we have a break now, and then we are going to see you again 1 hour from now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wabarakatuh.
Sorry, do you get a question? Sorry, Pak Muhammad Hasbi, do you get a question?
Okay, yeah.
You got a question from in the chat box. You can check it if you
Okay.
got.
There is one, Pak.
Oh, there is one question, I think.
Yes.
Okay, about the topic of the upcoming books by co-writers.
Yeah.
So yeah, because we are releasing around 4 to 6 books yearly. So we are trying to come up with many different kind of titles. So after these games in English language teaching, which is waiting for SPN, we are going to publish a book titled around the theme of English teachers' professional development. So it's also interesting topic. And then later we will also have some other books coming up, and it's not fixed yet, but some themes are already in mind, such as you know, which is still trending right now is OB curriculum, outcome-based education curriculum. So we are trying to fit in English education theme there around the OB curriculum. And then we also have the ideas of having the theme around the assessment in English language teaching. and also problems, issues with English language learning that are faced by English students, like what are their problems, how to solve them, and so on and so on. So if you guys have some great ideas about that, you could join us, contact me. Later, we'll have a book together so that it could be a good reference not only for the authors involved but also for the general readers. And don't worry, as I said before, that all of our chapters are posted online on so many e-repository websites like as such as ResearchGate, Academia, Institutional e-repository, so that more chances for our chapter or our manuscript to be accessed online by any people, any country. And by the database that we have tried to track, mainly for my own chapters, I have reviewers from outside Indonesia as well. So some readers are from Philippines, if I'm not wrong, Malaysia, and some other countries. So it's not only publishing our work, but it's broadening the reader coverage of our readers. And more than 150 authors or teacher authors have participated in this project. I mean, you could say that some of them also have joined for several times. You could say that this kind of project have make them stay for more, to write more, to collaborate more. So consider trying to give it a try. Who knows that later this can be your regular activity with us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
Pak
you, Mr.
Muhammad
Ardi.
Hasbi. Any more question on the chat?
How to join this project? To join this project, I can invite you to be part of our co-writers group. So we have one main WhatsApp group on co-writers. It has been followed by around 130 members. I think you can join on that WhatsApp group to keep updated with these projects, because almost every 2 months, sometimes 1 month and another month, we release a new project there. So better contact me through my WhatsApp that I have displayed previously in the other slide. Give me chat me something, and then I'll add you on that group. Okay,
To add? Yeah.
I'll show. Yeah, this is the contact. Just
Oh yeah.
give me a chat on WhatsApp, and then
Oh
I'll
yeah.
give you the link to join the group.
Okay. Yep. All right. Anything to add, Pak Muhammad Hasbi?
I think that's all, Pak.
All right. Thank you very much indeed, the PIC from co-writers. Bapak Ibu, you are welcome to join the programs and facilities and everything provided by the co-writers in order to improve the quality of your publication, yeah? Academic publication. On behalf of the organizing committee as a conference partner, we would like to we extend our biggest thanks to Pak Muhammad Hasbi and the team in co-writers, Pak, ya. Makasih banyak Bapak
Thank you
Ibu.
very
So
much.
now you gotta have a 1 hour break, and then after maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes to it's 12:20 maybe, or 12:25 in Jakarta time. We are going to rejoin the Zoom and then continue the program with the parallel session. Oh yeah, something that I would like to add for the parallel session presenters. there will be a souvenir, yeah, from co-writers for the best presenters. 8 books, yeah. So yesterday they got 6 books for the best presenters. So today we got 8 rooms, and we are going to decide which room, which presenters from each room will be the best presenters for the second day of conference. And the souvenir will be books from co-writers. Makasih banyak teman-teman co-writers, ya. Alright, so see you in 55 minutes. Oh,
Pak, I'm
Jakarta
sorry,
time
Pak.
will be, yeah, Jakarta time will be 12:30.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, 12:30 ya. Yeah, 12:30. You will be joining us again at 12:30 Jakarta time or 1:30 here in Gorontalo.
sektor Bu Dokter. Sekarang dia tinggal pulang. Kenapa bisa begitu kan?
Vinde biluhuta, ula ula duo, wanu olamita, goinda mo pulito. Vinde biluhuta, malo sambilolo, malitara, ora sawa tohuoto. Monga binde binde biluhuta, timidu bele dilata motolawa. Monga binde binde biluhuta, timidu bele dilata motolawa. Binde bilihuta, dia luto eyo. Binde biluhuta, deboto hulondalo. Monga binde binde biluhuta, timidu bele dilata motolawa. Monga binde binde biluhuta, timidu bele dilata motolawa. Monga binde binde biluhuta. Monga binde binde biluhuta. Monga binde binde biluhuta, timidu bele dilata motolawa. Monga binde binde biluhuta, timidu bele dilata motolawa.
All right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back again to the second day of the international conference. Bapak Ibu presenters and participants, now you can join the breakout rooms based on the schedule that you have had, and just click the icon there in more, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and then you can choose the breakout room based on your schedule. You have 1 hour for the discussion, Ibu Ayu, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, based on the schedule. So there will be moderators on the yeah. For parallel session, we have 1 hour. start from now. So please join the breakout room. And then after 1 hour, we will be back again to the main room for the closing ceremony. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Bapak Ibu presenter and participants.
Sudah.
We've just finished the parallel session from each row from row A to H. Now we have 5-minute preparation for the closing ceremony of the International Conference on Education, Literacy, and Learning 2026. And the closing ceremony will be started at 3 p.m. local time or local time, or 2 p.m. in Jakarta time. So we have 5 minutes to start the closing ceremony. And while waiting for the closing ceremony, there are some points that we would like to address. The first one is for the publication after the conference. We are going to, actually we need to remind you that the proceeding for conference will be published around October. So we are going to provide the template for those who would like to publish the conference based on the schedule and every single detail that we would like to provide you. So the deadline for the submission is 31st of August. So the deadline for submission is 31st of August. And after that, we're going to process the publication, and then the publication will be around October. So if you are interested to in joining us in a conference publication, please follow the steps that will be provided by the organizing committee through the presenter group. Today also we are going to announce the best presenter for second day of the conference, especially for the parallel session. We have selected 8 best presenters, and we will announce before the during the closing ceremony. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Ya, kamera ini kesana gitu. Ya ada pensil, tim MDW kan nanti mau di sana. Sertifikat nanti ke email masing-masing. Karena kami harus mau cek dari sana dulu berapa orang yang itu. Iya, bilang aja I will be sent to your email. Itu boleh kan soal. Sudah? Apa namanya ini Bu Ayu minta tolong itu yang sudah sebelum mau umumkan, sebelum mau mulai. Itu ada itu di itu Lisnawati. Lisnawati Mahajia. Oke, sudah? Lisnawati. Ada tadi. Pabrik atau belum? Itu ada nih. Dari mana ini? Gua mau per. Ya, nah itu. Mungkin dari siapa itu? Ibu Ayu, tunggu, Ibu Ayu, off dulu semua suara yang ada di ruangan ini. Sudah semua off.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh.
Eminent resource persons, remarkable group of speakers and chairpersons, doctors, all on-site and online delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. A very warm greetings to each and every one of you. Welcome to Lola de Hall, Faculty of Letters and Culture, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, for the closing ceremony of the International Conference on Education, Literacy and Learning, ICELL 2026. This conference is joint organized by Universitas Islam Asyafiyah and Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. I'm Dewi Dama, the MC of the event. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our appreciation for your presence today. It is our distinct honor to salute our eminent resource persons, parallel presenters, session chairs, and all honored participants joining us physically in Lola de Hall of the FSB UNG, as well as virtually from across the countries. The Dean of the Faculty of Letters and Culture, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Profesor Dr. Randa Noni Basalama MA PhD, alongside the Vice Deans and members of the Executive Board. Dr. Muhammad Fahri Yasin MPD, Dekan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Asyafiyah. The chairperson and dedicated organizing committee of the International Conference on Education, Literacy and Learning 2026, Sir Zulkifli Tanibu, SPD MA PhD, and our honorable featured partners, the team from Rumayer, Ms. Lia Nurmalia, MA, and the founder of co-writers, Mr. Muhammad Hasbi, MA. On behalf of the host institution, welcome to the official closing ceremony of ICELL 2026, held under the inspiring theme, Reimagining Education, Contextual, Meaningful, and Literacy-Rich Learning in a Global World. Without further ado, let us now continue our event by welcoming the speech of Chairperson of the Organizing Committee of the conference. Please welcome Sir Zulkifli Tanipu, SPD, MA, PhD. The
Thank
floor
you
and the
very
speech.
much indeed, Dewi Dharma. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we would like to address the Honorable Dean of the Letters and Culture Faculty, Professor Noni Basalaman, PhD. Thank you very much indeed for your support, insightful messages throughout the conference since the beginning of the preparation. And then now we come to the closing ceremony of our program. The Dean of Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan from Universitas Islam Asyariah Jakarta, the organizing committee, partners, all the speakers, the keynote speakers, and the panel speakers. First of all, Allah has given to us. The second one also on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our sincere and massive gratitude and thanks to the Dean of both faculties from UNG and Universitas Islam Asyariah, and the board of directors and all the committees that have been working hard throughout the preparation. And now we have come to the final agenda, that is the closing ceremony. On behalf of the organizing committee, also we would like to express our gratitude and massive thanks to the keynote speakers of our 2 days conference, Dr. Laurie Katz, Dr. Santa Atanayake, Dr. Lee Lim, and Dr. Murasikin binti Yusuf. And also we would like to express our thanks to our partners from Nurmaya, Kuliah Nurmaya and teams, and from co-writers, Pak Muhammad Hasbi and co-host. Actually, Bapak Ibu, this is a very crucial moment for us because we've been working together, Fakultas Sastra dan Budaya UNG dan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Asyariah have been working together for 3 years, and last year we've managed to organize the first conference, and now we are in the second year of our cooperation. This is very crucial for us to build our sustainable cooperation between these 2 universities, and we expect that this will run for the next or the further years. Just to report to the Dean of both faculties, Ibu Dekan and Pak Dekan, after this one, we are going to publish the publication of this conference with the partners, with co-writers, and all the supporting partners of this conference. This is very crucial because we need to sustain this cooperation not only for the conference but also for the next agenda, such as publication and research collaboration. And also now we are doing some collaboration with Youth Center for Research. We've been working for 3 years, and next year will be the crucial agenda. There is the completeness of our research. Now, researchers from our university, from both university, are working so diligently to complete their research project under the umbrella of our partnership. And the last thing, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank both board from our universities, and we extend our gratitude to the dean of both faculties. And at the end, we invite Professor Noni Basalama, MA PhD, as the dean of Fakultas Sastra dan Budaya UNG, to deliver her speech and to officially close the conference for this year 2026. And we hope that since this is the sustainable cooperation between the two university, we will see again Bapak Ibu presenters and participants in the next year conference 2027. Once again, as the chair of the board and on behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our gratitude and massive congratulations for all of us to organize this precious conference. Thank you very much indeed. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the pinnacle of our closing ceremony. We are privileged to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Letters and Culture, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, to deliver the official closing address. To Professor Dr. Noni Basalama, MA, PhD, we cordially invite you to be on screen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Miss.
Good afternoon, Miss.
This International Conference on Education, Literacy and Learning 2026, as mentioned before, is proudly organized as a collaborative effort by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Educational Sciences, Universitas Islam As-Safi'iyah in Jakarta, and the Faculty of Letters and Culture, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, in collaboration with Ohio University, United States. This conference have gathered around 200 participants with 60 papers presented. And first of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to university leaders across these three universities. They have been so supportive in this international event. Also, my thanks and gratitude goes to our four distinguished speakers across the country that we heard from Ibu Dewi Dama before, coming from USA, Malaysia, from Brunei Darussalam. Thank you very much to all of the speakers. Also, my thanks and gratitude goes to all lecturers, teachers, scholars, and students, both as presenters and participants in this international conference, including the participants who come from different parts of the world, not only just Indonesia, but Malaysia, Philippines, and Nigeria. Your energy have made this conference alive and fulfilling. Thank you very much. In particular, my special thanks go to the organizing committee, the chief of organizing committee, Pak Jo Taniku, PhD, and all the team whose dedication and hard work have ensured the smooth running of this program. For the past 2 days, running through hybrid mode, this room was full of something very rare. I highlight it's a hope that education can be different. Education that classroom can be braver. Hope that learning is not about memorizing, but it's about caring, it's about tolerating, and it's about becoming. So From the themes of this conference, reimagining education, contextual, meaningful, and literacy, rich learning in a global world, the question arises here that who gets to reimagine it? I believe that everyone in this event agree that we do, and especially for the student who are attended and participated actively in this conference, you do. You are the one who will sit in classroom 10 years from now, not just as student, but as teacher, leaders, creators, and also change makers. So the ideas we grasp here about how we should move from outdated view, from traditional view, quote, from a deficit perspective to strength asset-based pedagogy. We also need to view and care of other culture across nation and across the world. The issue of identity, learning, literacy, and teaching, they're not just for discussion, but they are invitation. It invites us to question, to create, and to care. That is education. That's not the certificate, but the courage to learn from people who are different from us, from our culture. In this opportunity, I would like to highlight 3 things to carry home, not only just for us in general, but specifically it's also for the student who attended in this conference. First, be curious. Never stop asking what if, because curiosity in higher tertiary education is so crucial. The best teacher and the best learners are the ones who stay curious. Next, be human. Education is not only about score and skill, but it's about how we treat each other. We bring empathy into every classroom we enter. And the last one is be brave. Reimagining education means it's not perfect. We can and we will fail sometimes. Try new methods. Don't be afraid. Speak up. Build things that don't exist yet. The world needs your bright ideas, especially for the youth. To every of us and to our students, you didn't just attend international conference for this today's event, but I believe, everybody believe, we can build friendship, we create to develop networking across border. And the student, you can learn that your voice matters on this international forum like this. Don't let the light go out when you go back to your campus life. Approaching to the end, let me leave you with a small pantun for this journey. We plant a seed so bright. Across the ocean, hearts unite. From 60 papers, wisdom takes flight. Reimagine learning, make it right. From class to village, let knowledge flow. Contextual learning helps students grow. With strong literacy, our minds will glow, building futures that we all know. Thank you. And by saying Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, I officially close this international conference on education, literacy, and learning 2026. Thank you, all of you have made this program meaningful, and see you next year in the next conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Our highest gratitude to Professor Noni Basalama for the inspiring closing address and for officially declaring ICELL 2026 closed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have journeyed through an inspiring morning of parallel research presentations, Every single presenter shared exceptional insights and innovative findings today. Evaluating your work was a true challenge for our panel of expert judges. We evaluated clarity of research, delivery style, and depth of analysis. We now reach the moment to honor the absolute standouts among them. Please direct your attention to the main screen for the reveal. It's my distinct honor to announce the 8 out of 33 presenters, best presenters, parallel for day 2. Let us give a resounding round of applause to 8 best presenter of ICELL 2026. From Room A, Rosana Katrina Herda, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, with the title Visual Communication Design for Contextual and Literacy-Rich English Learning, an exploratory study in a master program. The best presenter from Room B, Raisa, Hairunisa, and L3 Fauzia, Universitas Islam Asyafi'iyah, an analysis of paralinguistic features in intercultural communication through online interviews. The best presenters from Room C, Mega Wilanda Putri and Trianti Abdurrahman, Universitas Islam Asyafi'iyah, with the title Different Schools, Different Lessons, an auto-ethnographic reflection on education. The next best presenter, Tias Gita Atibrata Margana, Rosana Katrina Herda, and Binar Winantaka, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, with the paper title Enhancing English Learning Through Translanguaging, an evaluation of the switching instructional model in Indonesian senior high schools. The best presenter from Room A, Siti Nurhaliza, Universitas Islam Asyafi'iyah. Paper title, The Effect of Using Online Matching Games on EnglishClub.com in Enhancing Vocabulary Mastery at SMPN 19 Bekasi. The best presenters from Room F, Riza Muhammad Nizar and Indah Kurniawati, Universitas Islam Asyafi'iyah, with a paper title Investigating Student-Centered Learning Activities in the English Grammar in Use textbook, a content analysis. The 7th best presenter from Room G, Modesta Lartulul, Universitas Islam Asyafi'iyah, paper title English Teacher Perspective on Instructional Skills in Teaching Reading Comprehension. And here we come to the last best presenter from Room H, Lisnawati Mahajia, Grace Tukura, Trianti Abdurrahman, Zulkifli Tanifu, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Youth Center, with the paper title Finding Confidence, Finding Voice, an autoethnographic journey through school and university classrooms. Well, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are heading to commemorate the landmark gathering and preserve the spirit of our international collaboration. We will now proceed to our grand hybrid photo session. So the photo session will be divided into two. The first one is for our on-site guests. We respectfully invite the Vice Deans, Organizing Committee Leadership, and to all the Dean of the study program to stand in front of the room to please step up forward to the main stage for photo. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So everyone are ready for the photo? So the frame one. Okay. The first photo frame, please form an academic posture. Is it ready now? 3, 2, 1. Give your beautiful smile. And frame 2, let's do the ICELL literacy sign. To everyone, please. 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Distinguished leaders, may I kindly resume. Okay. That is the end for the photo session. And ladies and gentlemen, as our formal proceedings draw to a close, please allow me to share a few important post-conference administrative announcements. For the certificates of the participation and presentation, electronic certificate will be available and will be sent on your registered email address. As we part ways today, let us carry forward the vision of ICELL 2026. On behalf of the Faculty of Letters and Culture, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, and Universitas Islam Asy-Syafi'iyah, and the entire organizing committee, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation to all keynote speakers, presenters, reviewers, moderators, participants, technicians, and committee members for your valuable contributions on ICELL 2026 success. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you and farewell until ICELL 2027. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Miss Da, luar biasa. Thank you, thank you. Ada yang dari Sukabumi.
Oh